Hello. Hello. You're my. Okay. This one's always a little bit more. Okay. Let's see. This one's like, I know why it's doing this, but I don't know. I guess. I know why it's doing this. Whatever. We'll just do it this way. Hope everybody's on a good day, having a good mood, doing a good time. Everybody's on a good day, having a good mood, update. Doing a good time. That's always the thing I forget to do. I should just get a bots. What? Oh, there's a double going on. What? Oh, there's a double. Whenever I'm listening to these, I'm listening to this right now. The thing I notice really hard is I breathe so heavily. That's just one thing you don't really pay attention on. I deleted Reddit off of my phone. I'm getting sort of... I'm getting really sick of the culture. I feel Reddit has gone way downhill, or maybe I'm just noticing it's bad. Whatever it is, I'm tired of it. Hey, Each, how's it going? How is it going, Each? How is life treating you? If you were a bird, if you were... I'm good. I've been doing a lot of writing. I need a little bit of a break. So I thought we'd do some art. To be fair, it's art for my newsletter, so I'm still working on it, but... It's art that I can take a little bit of a break from. Nice. What's the new book and what's the new thing you're writing? Also, I don't know if you're here for when I was complaining about the water. So the water in my house is barely running for some reason. We're not sure why. So we've been having to go out to use water. It's been shitty. Okay, that's what's all going on. We had to go to the gym today to take a shower. Boop, boop. Ooh! I didn't know Wait, is it Charlie Kaufman, the adaptation guy? Also, that sounds interesting. Sounds like a real book. But wait, is that Charlie Kaufman who wrote like adaptation and stuff? Oh, I didn't know he wrote a book. I'd love to read that. Yeah. Is that the same? Yeah. The Nicolas Cage is. Oh. Charlie Kaufman and Kind. Yeah, shit. I didn't know he wrote a book. I mean, adaptation is essentially his life, him. It's about him, essentially, but because Nicolas Cage is essentially playing him in the movie. So, have you seen the movie? It's a great movie. It's a way to get yourself known in the world. Write a movie where you're the star. Teenage Me was... And... Bought. Okay. There we go. Very excited. I'm very excited. Charlie Kaufman's one of my favorites. Yes, and Anomalisa, which was... He also directed It's a weird title. It's perfectly explained in the movie. Anomalisa, which is also a very, very good movie. Being John Malkovich, also a great movie. Skadosha, New York, which some people don't like, but is his directorial debut, which is also quite good. He writes weird, surreal screenplays. He also wrote the screenplay for what is it? I know he doesn't like this the adaptation, but it's a good movie nonetheless. Chuck Bass movie. No, not yeah. No, wait. Sam Rockwell, The Gong Show. Confessions of a Dangerous Mind. He wrote the screenplay for that. That's a really good movie. I guess Clooney changed a lot with it, which he was a little bit he didn't like, but I don't know. Still pretty good movie in my opinion. Yeah, he did. Well, he did Anomalisa, which was really good. But yeah, I just heard about that. Actually, yeah, inexplicably he had been doing some yeah. Charlie Kaufman animated movie. Yeah, he had been doing like some script doctoring work for like You know what he apparently he has an uncredited rewrite on? Each guess what he has an uncredited rewrite on. You're never gonna guess which movie he did some uncredited writing work on. It's an animated movie. Oh, how did you guess? It's Kung Fu. It's the third. It's Kung Fu Panda 3, actually. Yeah. Right. He also at one point was co-writing. Yeah, he was doing. Yeah. He was doing like some. So, do you know what script doctoring is, each? Yeah, kind of. So, a lot of writers get brought in as a movie goes along and to rewrite small sections or add more jokes or make sure that it make sure that that the script fits an actor's way of speaking better. Like several actors have personal writers that come with them from project to project that they make sure that they help rewrite things to make it sound like something the actor would say. I know Will Smith, Master of Aikido, there we go, has a guy that has a couple of guys that have been working with him since The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Anyways. think I'm very smart for calling Will Smith the master of Aikido, and my pride in that is unbelievable. Is it Aikido? What is it? What's the one Steven Seagal's martial art is all about? Steven Seagal martial art. So that's what Kaufman was doing. Yeah, it's Aikido. It's Aikido. Aikido has a lot of slaps. That's why. Yeah. And usually it's good to have like a writer on set to like, because a lot of times, you know, there's a lot of writing that has to happen on set. I am I thought it was a little weird, him doing that, but the more I look into it, I'm excited for it. But when are we going to get? Yeah. But the more important question is, what does Charlie Kaufman think of the Marvel movies, and would he ever do a Marvel movie? I think that's the more important question. Yeah, I love me some Charlie Kaufman. Brilliant dude. God, wouldn't that be fucking amazing? I was kidding, but now I'm curious. Which one do you think? Who do you think would be best? Now you've got me thinking. What superhero would Kaufman work best with? There's a part of me that thinks that Kaufman would probably be a decent, like, because Spider-Man is all about like, yeah. Oh, it doesn't matter. This is comic book fantasy camp. Let's see. In an ideal world, if Charlie Kaufman got to write a superhero movie, which one do you think he would be best fit for? Part of me really wants him to write a Spider-Man movie because I think that would fit him a lot. Because I feel Spider-Man is in many ways can be turned into very easily into a Charlie Kaufman vehicle, like a Charlie Kaufman hero. Because he's a nervous, you know, like you dial up the nervousness and the disconnect. Venom would be good. I mean, there are superheroes that would maybe fit more like a Charlie Kaufman. Like, approach to things. Like, is it Shade the Changing Man? Shade? Oh boy. Yeah, Shade the Changing Man. That's a pretty... You know who should direct a Venom movie? I'm going to throw this out there because he's Brad Bird. Why? Because he's already directed a pretty much what a good Venom movie would be. Am I calling Ratatouille secretly the Venom movie? Yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. Ratatouille is a Venom movie. Except the symbiote is a cute little rat who loves to cook. Shade the Changing Man probably would be like... Probably be the best fit for a Kaufman film, but I don't know. Part of the fun of like one of those would be like finding something that maybe is like an outside perspective, like, you know, could be a Kaufman vehicle but isn't yet, but if with just a little bit negotiating it could be. Like, okay, Charlie Kaufman movies are usually about, like, anxiety. In some form or another. I mean, kind of trapped in similar situations over and over again. Deadpool, you know, because Kaufman does have a tendency to play with fourth wall stuff, so that could maybe work. I could see an offer. Yeah, I think Deadpool is too confident. Here's the thing: I think Deadpool is too confident of a character for a Kaufman protagonist. Like Kaufman's default like protagonist is somebody disaffected, nervous about the world, and desperately trying to find joy again. So Deadpool is in a good mood usually most of the time. The Dead Man would be maybe somebody that could work. No, I'm not talking of The Undertaker. I'm talking of Dead Man. I don't know.
There's a part of me that like what I really want is for Kaufman to be let loose on like sort of a mainstream superhero. You know, somebody that the public knows, and they go into it experiencing like, wait, what was that? Like, what if Charlie Kaufman wrote a Batman movie each? What if Charlie Kaufman wrote a Batman movie? Now, like, so I think like one of the keys is you need. Maybe. I think though, sorry for predisposing a man who I've never met, but I think for like a successful Kaufman story, you need it can't be somebody. It needs to be kind of one of the everyman superheroes. You know, one of the like lower level street guys. You know, it can't be like somebody with like ungodly power. It needs to be like sort of a more everyman sort of guy. Just kind of my opinion. I think that would be better suited for him. I mean, they all used to be normal guys. I actually don't know. Oh, right, yeah. I remember something. Yeah. Maybe that could work. Charlie Kaufman, superhero. Good man. I read that interview where he was talking about it. He goes on to say that Crash. It's a shame that Crash is now remembered as honestly, I don't know. He says it's a shame that when people talk about Crash, they're not talking about David Cronenberg's Crash. They're talking about the movie from the 2000s that one. Boy, that's a movie that nobody seems to like. I remember not hating it when I saw it, but I also remember it not. I was seeing it and going like, really? This was the best picture? That's good. I mean, the more I think about it, the more I think that, like, I mean, he probably... I mean, the obvious one is looking us right in the face, right? It's the Hulk. He'd make a great Hulk movie. That kind of seems to be that seems like it would be a normal everyday guy kind of getting involved in these bizarre surreal situations. At times will turn into a violent rampaging monster. A dual self getting into fights. Just, you know, a version of himself that he can't control getting into fights. I mean, that's a lot of his like themes that he likes. Yeah. I'm not super as into Venom as you are. Venom. But we've already decided. But we've already decided that Brad Bird is directing Venom. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm sure they have. I've read a lot of Marvel comic books in my life, but I haven't read all of them. Some can be quite boring, actually. There's a lot of very good Marvel comic books, but some are very boring. I'll throw this out there. I find Wonder Man to be very boring. Yeah, of course they did. Everybody teams up in the Marvel Comics universe. They're all nerds in the end, each. They're all nerds. What? Marvel has a lot of really quite funny ones in there. Dr. Bad Vibes. That's hilarious. Why isn't this guy in the Marvel MCU, huh? Why haven't we seen him in the MCU? Dr. Bad Vibes. Ugh. Disney doesn't care about us real comic book fans. Where's Dr. Bad Vibes? Where's Dr. Gong? Where's Hell Cow? Where's the Onion Man? All great, legendary supervillains that have not appeared once. I am cheering for Hellcow to get in. Hellcow is literally the funniest, one of the funniest ideas anybody's ever come up for a supervillain.
Do you know Hellcow each?
Have you, or is it? I always forget if it. I think it's Hellcow, not Devil Cow. Yeah. Yeah, it's Hellcow. So Hellcow is a cow that was bitten by Dracula and is now a vampire. Of course I've heard of Nick Fury. Is that from? I know there's like. I know there's like a Marvel like animal universe. Is that the Nick Fury from there? I think that sounds like that's the Nick Fury from there. Okay, what have you sent me to? Wow, that showed me just a whole heck of a lot of porn. That was... That was just porn I ended up looking at. Yeah. There's a bunch of fun stuff that they do. Okay. You want to talk about Marvel apes? Yes, we should talk about Marvel apes. Or what about DC dinosaurs? Ooh, that's a good question. I'm sure you have an opinion. I mean, I have a lot of thoughts. Mayday? Peter Parker's daughter from an old... Okay, you have bested me. I do not know who Norbert Q. Sniffles is. Norbert Q. Sniffles. You are sending me a lot of character. Okay. Oh, okay. You know who should we also get? If we're getting Norbert Q. Sniffles. Wait a minute. Is Norbert Q. Sniffles? No, I'm not doing that. I'm not freaking that out. Jeff the Land Shark. I want to see a million Jeff the Land Sharks. Beautiful. I feel like her face still isn't the way I want it to be. What if he's Phase 4's ultimate villain? Each. Exactly. Well, being as the actor who played Kang is in trouble, turned out has committed some oopsie daisies, aka violent assaults on people. We may be getting a Norbit movie instead. Exactly. Just replace. Can't we replace everything with Sniffle? What if for like 2 hours, instead of like seeing a movie, we just go and watch, instead of a movie with like normal plots, like Marvel movies are just now like, oh, thank you, Thomas the Ginger Alpaca. Thank you very much. I enjoy this window. It's a good window. Also, a decent way to let light in. Welcome to... Tell us a little bit about yourself, Thomas, the Ginger Alpaca. How did you learn to type on the keyboard? Are you using your tongue? Or are you just very delicate with your hooves? Oh, thank you for the follow. The bit I'm doing right now is I assume you're a real alpaca. Wait, did you evolve super quickly? Oh, I get it. Welcome, welcome. Oh, yeah. No, it's fine. It's fine. In fact, it's encouraged. So tell us a little bit about yourself, Tom. Are you an artist, a writer, just a cool dude who enjoys talking about Norbert Q. Sniffles, the greatest Marvel Comics character of all time? Oh, thank you. We're all artistic in our own way. Oh, yeah. I also find it relaxing. I was curious why. I have a theory that it's something about flowing. You couldn't do it each. Norbit would just end up overshadowing them, and it would just be a Norbit movie featuring the Avengers. I'm creating my own little So Thomas, what I'm doing right now is, yeah, I'm pretty behind on everything too. I kind of, ironically, the last movie I watched was Thor: Love and Thunder. I didn't hate it. I don't know. Some people just got really mad at that movie. I thought it was cute. I watched it with my little cousins who really wanted to see a Disney. My little cousins wanted to see a movie, and that was the only one available. So that was the one they were interested in seeing the most. So I went and saw that. But yeah, I'm behind like crazy. I need to see that. I am such an embarrassing James Gunn fanboy. Like, gotta see the Christmas special first, though. Like, you watch James Gunn's superheroes movies, and you're like, God, did DC make a fucking good choice picking him to run their universe? It's like, holy heck, did they pick somebody great to run their universe? I'm like, suddenly you're all excited. Suddenly I'm excited. I don't know. I know Zack Snyder has his fans, and I don't want to take that away from anybody, but I've never been a huge Zack Snyder fan. There's somebody I know who's a really big Zack Snyder fan, so I it's not really worth the fight, but and then, I'm gonna say it. Watching Peacemaker made me yeah. Well, they're adapting Flashpoint, which is... Okay, I'm gonna, get on a mild tangent about something that nobody ever seems to comment on, but drove me nuts, the whole Snyderverse DC thing. All they were doing was adapting Jeff Johns' stuff. Like half of the movies and TV shows are all based on like Jeff Johns' runs. That really bugged me. I'm not a huge fan of Jeff Johns to begin with. I think he's kind of not overrated. He's kind of a mediocre writer who like parades as a better one. And most of his good ideas he sort of has taken from other writers who... Anyways, that's my thing. But yeah... I don't know. But yeah, they're adapting Flashpoint, which is not... I mean, Flashpoint is reasonably well-liked as a storyline for Flash. So, it's not the worst pick. Makes sense as an ending for the... Yes... Best movie he ever made. You know, I'd like to play that video game he wrote, but I can't find a modern copy of it. Yeah, Lollipop Chainsaw. With that he made with Suda 51. I'd like to. Okay, I'm just gonna say, watching Peacemaker. Oh, nice! Is he writing it again? Because that was kind of half the appeal of that game. The other half was Suda 51, but Suda 51 seems to not be that interested in directing stuff anymore. Anyways, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna throw this out there. When I watched the Peacemaker show, I retroactively was quite a bit angry at the CW. DC shows, because I'm like, this is what we could have had, and we had those. Nice. Oh, it's a remake. Oh, perfect. Oh, but they're not part of it. Oh. Oh, boo, more realistic approach to graphics. No worry. It's not your fault. I don't know. I mean, it'll be good. I don't like the more realistic approach to graphics. That sounds like they're... Well, to each their own. I'm not going to try and sell you on it, but I really liked the Peacemaker show. I'll just throw that out there. I really loved that too. Yeah, I mean, you do watch it and you're like, how can they make this work? They do. They really do, but it's... A lot of it is about the extreme guilt he feels after all that. Yeah, all that happened. It's really good. It really works. But I can understand. It's comic books, bro. Nobody dies in a comic. No superhero dies. They do show... I will point out that there is a scene right after the credits where... the teaser after the credits is him waking up. Yeah. Both. There's two. Weasel and him wake up. Weasel is a hero. An American hero. I love that, like, I love that James Gunn always casts his brother in, like, I love that James Gunn always casts his brother as like some weird monster. Because you know that was Sean Gunn, right? Sean Gunn was the one playing Weasel. Sean Gunn. But he does always cast. Now that I think about it, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Boy, James Gunn really is the Sam Raimi of this generation. If you really think about it, James Gunn really is the Sam Raimi of this generation. It occurred to me, like he even has a thing where he has a brother who's like a weirdo that he always casts and stuff. Both got their start in horror. Both have made really great superhero movies that kind of redefined the way superhero movies should be approached in a lot of stuff. Well, you do know that. You do know that Sean also is the one who does all the mocap for Rocket, right? He's the world's treasure, Tom. The world's treasure. I was actually really worried about Idris for a while, because boy was he... Like, have you ever... Who's seen The Wire? Have you seen The Wire? Yeah, the show is kind of about how much of an asshole he is and trying to, like, get past that. It is funny that they picked Peacemaker for the TV show. I think Gunn has implied that there may be also a Ratcatcher show coming at some point. I hope so. Well, he said he has another show in the works that's about another character from the Suicide Squad, and the way he words it, it's pretty obvious that it's supposed to be Ratcatcher or Ratcatcher 2. I know she was supposed to eventually pop up in the comics herself, but I haven't seen it. Because in the comics, the Ratcatcher is... Yeah. In the comics, Ratcatcher is... it's implied that her father is the actual Ratcatcher, is the comic version of the Ratcatcher. I do find it funny that, like, Bloodsport is so obviously was meant to be Deadshot, but they just changed it a little bit because they wanted the Aikido master back. Anyways, yeah, James Gunn is so much of a better pick for Suicide Squad than... I'm just gonna say it. I would love that. I think King Shark might be a little bit hard to do for a TV show. It is funny to me that King Shark is now like the has been in more movies than, say, like, Brainiac or somebody. You know, with Superman movies, they've only ever done Lex Luthor and Zod. I find that so funny, because, like, Superman actually has a fairly deep, like, villain gallery that they could theoretically use, but they never do. My favorite bit is when that random guy gets killed, and he's like, wait, he's still been here the whole time? What was it, like, George? The Suicide Squad. Wait, how long has he been here? The whole time! He was, like, really nice. Yeah, I get what they were trying to do, but unfortunately, I think everybody was confused, just because, like, because I talked to several friends who didn't realize that there was a sequel coming out, because they didn't understand that The Suicide Squad was a sequel to Suicide Squad. Yeah, Milton, yes. Milton! Such a great scene. I don't want to get in trouble for... Let's see if I don't get copyrighted strike for this.
Has anyone got eyes or ears on any more? They killed Milton! Milton was still with us? Where did you think he was? I don't know. I thought he stayed back with the bus. What was Milton gonna do? He was helping us.
Who's Milton?
What?
I don't remember any Milton.
Fuck! He has been with us the whole time!
Somebody named Milton has been with us the whole time.
Yes!
I don't think so. I think I would have noticed if a guy named Milton's been with us. It's not a very common name. I don't think I've ever even met Milton.
Are you messing around right now? He was a really nice guy, and he sacrificed himself to help us. And now look at him. Dead.
Oh, that guy, Milton.
I just love that so much. Who is Milton? So many great scenes. Fuck, that was such a good movie. James Gunn is kind of perfect for these like superhero movies, I think, because he had like superhero movies depend so much on like funny, witty banter between like superheroes and supervillains. There's a real irritating trend that people are like, well, they shouldn't do that all the time. Because it's his idea. Hopefully it turns out good. I mean, he was always going to be the one to remake Superman. That was always going to be him. I don't know, man. I don't know, bud. I think I'm excited. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know, I once played Superman in a school play once. That's a true fact about me. I was a Superman. I mean, that's fair. I always think it's fun. I like Superman, but I do think Superman is a weird character with people, because part of the problem with Superman, I think, is that right. I think like writers have too much of an attachment to Superman. Like, if you are writing a Superman comic, you are obsessed with Superman, and in a way that like you're like. Okay, this is gonna sound weird. But coming from somebody who reads comics, people write Superman comics like they're writing New Adventures of Jesus. It feels very like the way comic book writers talk about Superman and the way they behave about him. It feels like they're writing like scripture almost. It's very bizarre, but it's a weird thing. I think what would be best for Superman is if maybe somebody not so religiously devoted to him were in charge for a while. That's just my general opinion. But they did announce that they're adapting Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow. And if you guys haven't read Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, I would highly recommend it. It's probably the best like story that has ever been written about Supergirl, and probably one of the best comics of the decade. It's essentially Supergirl, but in True Grit, but in space. Did they really? I'm not that interested in seeing The Flash. Because they already filmed it each. That's the truth of it. They filmed it, and then Ezra started had their whole breakdown. So they really couldn't afford to cut Ezra out of it. They would have to essentially refilm the whole movie. That's why. Do you think they really wanted Ezra back? Like, do you think that DC wanted Ezra Miller to be so heavily involved in a major project like this after they had that massive freak out? No. Movies take a long time to make. Special effects take a very... Special effects take a long time. It's just so you know, one, I believe Ezra uses they, them pronouns. But two, movies are a... movies, if just so everybody knows, it takes maybe about 2 years to finish. It can take up to like 2 to 3 years to finish all the post-production stuff in a movie. If they're working, if they're working, if they're giving them reasonable hours, reasonable time to do it. So they probably shot The Flash like about 2 years ago, and that's just where they are right now. And in the downtime from all that, Ezra decided to have a massive freak out that involved child abduction and child abduction, assault, weapons, burger. Honestly, gotta admit, for a celebrity breakdown, Ezra had a pretty wild one. Honestly, I would compare it to somebody like Charlie Sheen. You have to go that far back. You have to go that far back to find something as wild as Miller's breakdown. Ask away. I do like it. I am very excited for Yorgos' new movie. I've liked every movie I've seen from Yorgos so far. I can imagine he would be somewhat of a Yorgos has a very distinctive style, and I can imagine that maybe I can understand why maybe he would have a mixed reception, but his stuff is so wild and interesting that I am very excited. I'm very excited for it. The Lobster, when I saw that, blew my mind. It was so amazing. Because it was just weird. The Lobster is just weird, but it's unique, and it's in a way I hadn't seen before. That was so good. Holy shit, yeah. He's great. Great. Heck, the, what was it? The Favorite was also amazing. I know that wasn't written by him, but that was wonderfully directed. Yeah. It is interesting to, like, see his, like, filming without, like, his writing, because it's very different. Great. I loved The Favorite. I like that Emma Stone apparently is his muse now, because she's going to be in this one, in the new one. Muse? That's a word people use when it has several connotations, but in this context it means several times directors have this thing where they put the same actor in different movies over time, and there's just something about, like, that particular actor that inspires them. Yeah. That's usually what they mean when they say muse. Kind of a famous example is, like, seemingly, like, DiCaprio is, like, Scorsese's muse in a lot of ways. Usually it means male-female relation, yeah, but it doesn't have to. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. There's just something about them that they get inspired by. Usually there's like a whole... I mean, also, like, usually there's like a whole male, like, usually the connotation is that it's a male director and a female actress when you say that. But it can mean pretty much it can mean pretty much any sort of relationship like that. So I was saying that, like, Emma Stone seems to become Yorgos's muse in a lot of ways. Do you know Jason Schwartzman is Francis Ford Coppola's nephew? Isn't that wild? It's so funny to me that all of the Coppolas ended up like all of the Coppola children ended up working in filmmaking in some way, including Nick Cage, whose real name is Nick Coppola. John Ford and I'm stupid. John Ford and John Ford and John Wayne. Yeah, that's another example of a muse. Yeah, it's his sister's kid. That's why, not Coppola. Yeah, Nick Cage is actually his real name is Nick Coppola. Funny enough, he changed it because he didn't want to, like, just ride on his uncle's success. A lot of it. Do I see any of the other Nepo babies out there doing this? No. So once again, Nicolas Cage is the hero of is the greatest living dude. I haven't seen Raincoat yet. I want to. I know it flopped, but I'm too excited about the prospect of Cage playing Dracula. A movie I was obsessed with for a long time was yeah, people say that. It just didn't do well. A movie I was obsessed with for a long time. Have you ever seen Vampire's Kiss? It is the most wild movie I've ever seen. I'm a vampire! I'm a vampire! I'm a vampire! great. Nicolas Cage eats a bug on screen. The guy, it was written by the guy who wrote After Hours, which is also a really good movie. Yes, OMG. Oh shit! That must. Oh, it's on. Oh, wonderful. I haven't seen Beau is Afraid yet. I'm just lazy. I don't know. The pandemic put me off the habit of going to the theater, and it's been hard to get mentally back into that thought process of going down to the theater to see something. I'm a vampire. Round the world, gotta go. Suck our DJs. The thing I still struggle with is like the mouth. Just round the world. Gotta admit, having a ruler is pretty helpful at times. Okay. Yeah, I made it about 1 centimeter across. That's probably that's exactly how long I should make it over here. You excited? I mean, I'm excited. I'm probably gonna, once I get off, I'm gonna watch it probably. I can do a lot of things by eye, but in this moment now in my life, but it's pretty nice. Although sometimes with movies like that, it's pretty fun to... Sometimes it's fun to watch. What the audience hates. I'm always up for that. I'm gonna get it when we log off. Probably through iTunes, because Yes, I still buy movies from iTunes every once in a while. Damn it, I made it just a little bit too small. Eyes are always the thing I struggle most with in like art, just because it's when drawing, because it's like eyes. People can always tell when the eye is wrong. Something about us being very accustomed to it. I am not afraid. Okay. That looks right, doesn't it? Yes. Yeah, shit, man. I'm excited. I'm up for it. Love me a weird movie. Yeah, I have to run to the restroom, everybody. I'll be back in a sec if that's okay. BRB, where's my BRB screen? I always forget where it is. There it is. Hey, Each. Sorry for missing you. Thank you for stopping by. Does this feel like... Something feels wrong about this. You know what? Let's flip it. Let's see what's going on. Let's see. Maybe something's wrong. You can tell something's wrong. So, okay, I'm just trying to make this. Sorry, distracted. Watching Mother's Basement. He's a pretty funny YouTuber who reviews like anime. Although, truth, I'm kind of. I think his quality has dropped just a little bit as of late. Sorry. I've liked a lot of his stuff in the past, but I don't know, something just. I'm not feeling him as much anymore. I don't know what I'm measuring. Oh, dang! VTR, thank you so much. How are things going? How was the stream? How is this life? Hello there, hello. What were you guys working on? Oh, you were on the Old Republic. Which Old Republic? The MMO, the Momo, or the RPGs? I like the Momo. That's wild. That's so wild that it's still. Okay, who are you playing in the Momo? What's your class? I was playing a secret agent of the Empire because I don't know why. I wanted to be edgy, I guess. Somebody told me to is the real answer. Somebody said like, well, the secret agent is the only one who isn't like based around a movie character, so you should do that one. I had fun. Yeah, that's one of the better stories. Because I think the review I read pointed out that it's essentially he's the only one, or well, mine was a man, was the only one that isn't really kind of a ripoff from the other, like isn't a ripoff. So you get to they got to be a lot more creative with that one. I did play. Yeah. not rip-offs. You're right. That's unfair to say. Not rip-offs, but they're definitely in the mold. They're definitely in the mold. Like, there's a lot of like history and mold in that. Like, I'm pretty like the Smuggler. I wonder who they're basing the Smuggler around. What character do you think the Smuggler would be? Would be a reference to? I don't know. Like, I always feel like, okay, this is gonna sound weird, but I always feel like Star Wars actually really struggles with writing Jedi, usually, in a lot of ways. I was thinking about this recently. Like, we haven't really ever in the movies or the TV shows just had a Jedi thing. You know, we haven't like ever really seen. I know in the books, but in like the movies or the TV show, like there's never been stories where it's just like, yeah, no, which no. There's so many like that. Not that there. By the way, I want to point out, not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying, not that there was anything. Han Solo is a great character. You should make references to him when you're doing, because he's a fun character and he's fun to have, you know, and that type of character is fun to pop up in. But I'm just saying it's. It's a fun. He's a fairly famous character from Star Wars, and they try and emulate him a lot. For some reason, people don't seem to realize that part of the reason he's fun is because Harrison Ford is a fun dude. And Ford kind of makes it's the performance is partly the fun one, but anyways. Yeah. I mean, it's. Because honestly, it's a perfect it's a perfect role for Ford. And that's always like I think the struggle that they have without Ford is that, because I'm not gonna get into the weeds of the Star Wars sequels, but let's be honest, the best parts of the Star Wars sequels is where Ford comes back. Like suddenly the movies have a lot of energy again, and all the characters have this relaxed, chilled vibe. Possibly because Ford was smoking pot with them. I don't know, but those are some of the best parts. We all know that Ford is a very famous is a super famous pothead, right? Like. Like, that's part of his whole thing, is that he like, everybody who talks to him says, oh yeah, he smokes a ton. It's a little bit why he's so chill a lot of times. Go back and watch some interviews. It becomes pretty obvious pretty quickly. But yeah, I don't want to relitigate the sequels because that's no fun. Everybody just gets mad at that, so I don't want to bother with that anymore. I'll just say I thought there was good stuff in the sequels. I don't think they. I think, but also there was a lot of not great stuff in the sequels. Oh no shit, they were. Of course they were. It's funny that like George Lucas has denied all involvement in that, and then he admitted that then years later it came, oh no, he had a ton of involvement in that, because only he could do the thing where it's like, yeah, I would really like it if I'd really like it if like the first half hour of this would be entirely in Wookiee. I think that would be really special. If we included a whole half hour of Wookiee talk. I'd also like it if I'd like it if the grandpa, if Chewbacca's dad would masturbate. Like that's a plot. That's a sketch in this. Is that he's like, yeah, he's watching like a girly video. It's like, because that's like, I don't know. That's Lucas. That's Lucas all around. There is something strangely hilarious that like Lucas's idea of like family fun is like, yeah, Wookiees masturbate. It's like if you're with a couple of friends and you've had a few drinks, it's a fun experience, but it's not. I don't know. It's not worth it. I don't know. I watched it. I was not enthused. Watching bad movies by yourself is not a fun experience, I'll say that. It's fun to do it with buddies, but when you're just by yourself trying to watch it, it's like, this is kind of boring. Did you ever read any of the Expanded Universe? Or Legends, as we're calling it now, apparently? I liked the Timothy Zahn books. I like Timothy Zahn just in general. I would say, if you're curious, there's a lot of... I'll say this. First, a lot of crap in the Expanded Universe. A lot of crap in the Expanded Universe. But if you're ever curious, what is it? The first 3 books by Timothy Zahn called The Heir to the Empire are great. Honestly, and I'm pretty sure that The Mandalorian is somewhat adapting them, or like the Ahsoka show is going to somewhat adapt them in the coming years. Like I'm pretty sure that because one of the characters he introduces is 100% going to be in that show, which is cool, but you know. The Zahn stuff should be in there. I would think the Heir to the Empire should be available. That was the most popular one they did. It was also literally the first one they did, so like the expanded universe gets off on a great start, and then it there's a lot of crap. There's a lot of crap. I'll say that there is a whole heck of a lot of crap in the expanded universe. Okay. I was talking about this with somebody recently about... Okay, I have this thing with Star Wars I've been thinking about lately. We never really see much of, like... One thing we seem to never want to do is, like, have an actual, like, Jedi show about what the Jedi did on a day-to-day basis. Because I always think about this, like, vaguely, I know what the Jedi are supposed to be. They're samurai. They're space samurai, so they, go from town to town... planet to planet, defending the innocent. But we never see that. We've never seen a movie which is just about the Jedi being the Jedi. Like, it's always in exceptional circumstances, Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay. So, first 3 Star Wars movies are the Jedi are long gone, and Luke is really the last one around. He's the last. Luke and Obi-Wan are the last members of the Jedi. So you don't get to see the Jedi then. You don't get to see the Jedi performing their Jedi activities then because Jedi don't exist. Good evening, the terrible novelist. Prequel trilogy is about the end of the Jedi Order, essentially. It's about all the Jedi having to come in and fight a war trying to preserve them, and them eventually failing. Sequel trilogy is essentially about a failed restart of the Jedi. What have you. And how it kind of fell into disarray again. God, the sequel trilogy just does not expand the story. Anyways, but what I'm talking about is like there's movies, there's TV shows. None of them are about the Jedi just being the Jedi. Like, what the Jedi actually did day to day. Like, it's always extraordinary circumstances for the Jedi. They're always, like, covered in myth, and maybe that's for the better. Maybe that's a better storytelling device that we never fully see what the Jedi were doing. But I just think it's interesting that we've never, like, seen just a movie about the Jedi doing stuff the Jedi would normally do. Because, like, what did the Jedi actually do? Like, I assume space samurai of some sort, but, like, we don't really get to see that. Anyways, terrible. How are things going? Yeah. Okay, they're like space samurai, essentially. Yeah, exactly. They're samurai. They're knights. Yeah, they're knights or samurai or Shiva knights or samurai or gunslingers of the Old West, what have you. They're traveling warriors who are predestined to help, are there to help the innocent, and we never see any of those stories. We always see them as a fallen order, or as an order about to fall, which is, maybe interesting in and of itself. But being as so much of, like, Star Wars is about the Jedi and reforming the Jedi, or the Jedi falling, I would be interested to see what the Jedi actually did. Like, why hasn't there been a movie about like what were the Jedi in normal circumstances? Ooh. Well, the legends have that, obviously. Do you have a link to that? I might get it. Link that sucker VR. Link that sucker VTR. Yeah. Let's see. High Republic. They should. I want there to be. Oh, this is a lot of Disney. A lot of the Disney ones. I mean, let's see. Oh, I'm gonna get these. I would say this, as I've suggested every time to anybody who is curious about the Star Wars Expanded Universe, the old one at least. Honestly, the new one has a lot of interesting stuff that I actually don't think the new Expanded Universe is all that bad, in fact. In fact, there's some pretty fun new stuff they've done with it, but the old one had one truly great writer involved with it, and then some pretty good writers involved with it, and the truly great writer was a guy by the name of Timothy Zahn, who wrote the first three expanded books, the Heir to the Empire trilogy, which are excellent. And he also introduced Thrawn, Admiral Thrawn, who is the greatest Star Wars villain next to Darth Vader and the Emperor. And he also introduced Mara Jade, who is in Legend is a very fun character that ends up marrying Luke Skywalker in that universe, and was pretty darn popular. So, if you want a suggestion, that's where I would go. Read Timothy Zahn's book, and then I don't know, there's books that the Mandalorian stuff is based on. Honestly, like one of the things that maybe like struggle with the Jedi is, again, there's no really, I don't know. I find, at least in the Star Wars Expanded Universe, that the rebuilding the Jedi Order stuff is always kind of bad. I think people have maybe just a little bit too much of an attachment to it, and so they always kind of struggle with trying to rebuild it. I do actually like the, there are some pretty good, the comics are actually pretty good. The new Expanded Universe comics that Marvel is making are pretty enjoyable in a lot of ways. So terrible. How are things going? How goes the writing? How goes the art? You doing art today kind of inspired me to do some art right now. I haven't done an art stream in a very long time, and I really wanted to do one again. And this is still technically for my magazine, because this is art that's gonna be. I'm gonna have a couple of things feature like some art, and I'm doing like covers of the magazine. I want to try and do one once a week, so it's gonna be one of them. If anybody wants to follow, no problem, man. You know, the thing is, I totally get that being like overstressed with like a thing, and you're doing fine. You are doing fine for where you are right now. I know it's frustrating, and that you want to get to the point. You want to get to the point where you can do it sort of effortlessly, but it's like it takes time. There's a whole part of this that they never talk about, that there's a lot of like brain training to get like the proportions right, and really it's just like practicing it over and over again till you eventually like memorize what the proportions should be. Yeah, it's a grind. It's just a grind. That's because oh my god, yeah, that's the thing. Everybody, yeah. That's the only way to really do any of this stuff, is you just gotta kind of keep practicing at it, and eventually it comes. It's frustrating because it's like, you know, it's frustrating especially when you first start out, because like when you first start out and you're not great at it, because 99% of us will never be great at it first starting out. There's always like that one or two people who are like they'll do it and it turns out like they're just naturals at it, and it's infuriating. Yeah, it's infuriating, that one person. So, but that's you must put that person out of your head. Because if you were that person, you would have already done it. But you know, it's just all about practice. You know, it's about getting your brain to understand what you're trying to do. I have this theory that there's actually a couple of parts of your brain that you have to train to work together. Yeah. Exactly. But that's not the truth. It's you know, there's just, and a lot of times, even those people who are like effortless champions have practiced obsessively for years on end. The good thing about art is that it's something that you will eventually get better at if you put in the time. It's one of those skills that you get better at it. You know, that's just the truth of it. Is you get better at it. I mean, I don't claim to be the greatest artist in the world. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm hoping with writing. That's why I'm doing this magazine. I'm hoping that if I force myself to like have something out every few days, I'll just improve at it, because I'll have to. Like, my brain will accept nothing but yeses. It's like, do you want to be lazy and just play video games? Nope, I have to write. People you know are gonna read this. You have to try and improve. Do all three, VTR. Do I have a dice? Ooh, I do have a dice. It's all over there. Yeah. Okay. Ooh. Look at me. I have a fourth-sided dice. We will let fate decide. 1 will be writing. 2 will be translating. 3 will be course. Audiobook course. And 4 will be roll again. And the answer is, to VTR's worries, 3. Audiobook course. There we go. Sometimes VTR, sometimes it's just about letting somebody else decide. The fates have spoken! The duel of the fates. Well, use it as a good sleep aid, VTR. Use it as a good sleep aid. Then. Probably a good idea. So what are we working on today? Terrible. Don't make me get out my dice. Yeah. That's good. That's good. Because I was about to get out my dice and make you do something. Yes, the dice have magic powers now. Yeah. Hey, I was thinking of doing a long stream for my birthday as well. Ricing and dicing. What? Because I do plan. Yeah. Sure, go ahead and say it. Let's see. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Perfect geometrical. Okay, let's see. Perfect geometries. So, okay, so this is about 4.5 centimeters, or... That works. That's a real writing technique. That's a 4.5 divided by 2 is 2.25. So the center of her face would be okay. So that's I just include them all. Make it Roshan man. Include all the backstory. Why hide it? Exactly. That's what a lot of writers include all the story, the backstory, and go into to everybody's lives. It's a book. People will take their time with it. Do the kung fu. Does that look good? Embrace the habit. Funny. I almost always make them the same size. Centimeter 5. That's interesting. I don't know what it is about that length of eye that I like, but apparently that's the length I like. Nope. Looks bad. That's the thing about writing. Yeah, you just... And then it all change. And then you... At some point you go like, no, this is wrong, and I'll do something totally different. And you do that for a while. And you go like, this is wrong, I'll do something totally different. And on it goes. Constantly changing the way you're doing it. Constantly... Never being 100% comfortable with the writing. Oh, it is put to shame. I'm smart. I did it on my own. By the way, water still off in my house. Well, that's not fair. It's going a little bit now. We can flush... I have no fucking idea, Terrible. I have no fucking idea. I am incredibly pissed off. You know what I had to do today? You know what we did today? We went to the gym so we could take a shower. Maybe. City. I believe city. We went to the gym. Yeah, we had to drive to the gym and take a shower. Because we were so fucking disgusting. Also, remember everybody to call your dad. It's Father's Day. Yeah, we've been trying to get the city out here all weekend. Isn't it just like infuriating? I don't know. I find it just absolutely infuriating. Kind of made it hard to focus this weekend on anything. Because it's like, I'm going to have to go back to the gym again and take a shower tomorrow, probably, if it's not fixed. I love dealing with the city of Houston, 'cause the city of Houston fucks up. Do you know recently, the governor of Texas, the great man, Greg Abbott, got rid of a law for mandatory water breaks for construction workers. So, like, these guys out now are on the street right now fixing things. Yeah, I was right now are on the street, and it's 100-degree weather. They're working on in roads and stuff, and they're like, they're not allowed water breaks. It's fucking ridiculous. I don't know. Abbott is just a shitty human being who likes to hurt people. I'm sure he'll say it's because, you know, it's not a business-friendly practice or something, whatever the fuck that means. Yeah, of course, because the bosses are human beings, but now you can get fired for taking a water break. It's just fucking... Hopefully, yeah. One thing about here is that there is a lot of horrible, unneeded construction work that they do that I suspect is just to make money for some rich friend of the mayor. So, not only is half of the things they're doing here unneeded, it's now actively cruel. This is what they would do on a prison colony, Daredevil. This is what they do on a prison colony. Yeah. Big government or something. I don't know what's bigger government than the government not allowing people to take water breaks. Yeah, it was never... There's no justification for this law. This is just a pure evil move because Abbott hates poor people and probably some racial connotation with it because a lot of the guys who do that job are Hispanic. Nobody. Literally hurts nobody. It's for Abbott has made life in Texas worse for everybody. And also, of course, Abbott is, one of these people that is real passionate about removing protection for gay and trans people, but that should be obvious. Yeah. They can fire people for any fucking reason. Exactly. Just fire that asshole. No. Abbott is the scum of the earth, and I will... For this and many other reasons, this is just the latest of his shitty, scummy behavior. But it's a particularly galling, cruelly cruel one, especially right now when we're going through a fucking awful heat wave. It's been 100-degree weather here every day this week, and it will go on for another week at least. This is one of the worst heat waves Texas has had in a long time. Yeah, there is no justification. It's because people can make a little bit more money. I'm sure the justification is this. I know what the justification problem is. Something along the lines of this. Well, this is just, government interfering in business in ways that it's not needed, and it should be up to individual people to decide, business owners to decide when they have water breaks or not, because it's slowing everything down. That's the justification they would use for something like that. Notice it's all about the rich business owner not making enough, having trouble, not the people. I guarantee you, it's some variation of that. That's the excuse. That's what they're using to justify this. Because that's what they use to justify everything. Well, it's discouraging business. Well, it's discouraging business. It's discouraging business. And at a certain point, you're just like, what fucking businesses do you want here? Yeah. Fuck. And of course there's a racial element to this because Abbott is super racist against Latino people. And listen, I'm just gonna say from anecdotal evidence of the people I've seen doing these jobs on the street, mostly Latino people. It's just cruelty. And also, they keep building roads that nobody needs. Like, one of the problems with Texas right now, at least in my opinion, there's tons of problems, but one of the problems that we have right now in Texas is that there's tons of roads that keep getting built that we don't need. Like, there's a ton of resources that go into building new roads that we don't need. Like, they're building 5 new roads right around here, and we do not have the traffic is not justified for the amount of roads they've built around my neighborhood. And those resources are totally being wasted. And I know a lot of cities have this problem where there just seems to be nonstop construction. More like, okay, so here's a theory why they may be building roads, at least in Houston. Our mayor, Sylvester Turner, got caught hiring friends of his to do construction projects. And just to show you I'm politically fair, Sylvester Turner is a Democrat, and he's corrupt as shit. Yes. That would... Oh, I'm sure there's kickbacks. Yeah. Exactly. I have heard about that. That the reason the machines break down all the time is because there's a whole deal they have with the company that repairs them. Don't you just love politics? I know it's my favorite thing. Thanos for president. Unfortunately, Thanos wasn't born in America, Terrible. Thanos wasn't born in America, so he can't run. I should do a thing in my magazine where... Oh, that would be a fun idea. A presidential election is coming up. I should do something like that. It's a fun idea. I've explained to you the premise of my magazine before, that it's kind of like The Onion, but with storylines. I'm going to have like a magical creature run for president. Of some sort. Maybe an alien or a Bigfoot or something. I don't know. Haven't decided yet. Go to your boss, the rice cooker. Go. Run! Run as far as you can! How's everybody else doing? Gotta run. Okay. Knowledge. Welcome back! Welcome back! To the place. You got a bottle of water? Or you got bottle water of water? Bottle of water. Or you can get rid of the A. Huh. A silent word. We found another one. Got it. Probably not gonna happen. No. We were looking. Prices is too high everywhere. No. Not for a while. The prices are a bit high, and even if we sold the house, which would be quite a lot of money, it's still not enough to get anywhere all that decent, which is very frustrating. Someday, maybe. If the housing market takes a bath, then we'll have more time to talk about it. Also, we realized we like our garden too much. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Still, you know, it's still a possibility. So, let's see. I also just spent like, I don't know. If you guys give, can you guys give me $200,000? If you guys give me $200,000, then I could easily do it. Come on, did one of you have like $200,000 just lying around? I do have good news on that front, garden front. I want to do something out there soon because I want to show people what's been going on. Because a lot of cool stuff just happened. The biggest of it all is my mango tree finally has gotten better and is officially growing again. Like a weed, terrible. Like a weed. It didn't grow for like a whole year, and then suddenly it just got healthy again. Probably not. Hopefully, maybe within the year. I'm hopeful enough that maybe within the year I'll be able to get some mangoes out of it. They do. It's called winter, terrible. It's called winter. Mango trees are really, like, sensitive, is the thing. And if it gets too cold, they die pretty quickly. But there's a lot of great things going on. And my mango tree, partly because I cleaned up all the fungus. I cleaned off all the fungus that it had acquired on it, which was good. I should have done that earlier. And then I repotted it. I put it in a different, larger pot. Well, we repotted it. And so that means that it is essentially growing again, which is pretty darn exciting. It's also warm and sunny, so like, there's some good times to be had. How does she look? What do you think? Good enough for a cover? Need to fill in some detail, but let's do that. Yeah, I should be looking at the reader, at the viewer. Obviously, I'll ink her in a minute just to give her a fuller look, but Reach for the stars. Yes, because she's supposed to be an elf. This is an elf I'm drawing. So yes, she is supposed to have pointed elf ears. Nope, there are no dumb questions. Yeah. Well, I'm not including that bit. I don't know how that... Well, she's supposed to be a main character in one of the storylines. That being in one of the recurring features. That being that an elf has somehow landed in our world. So that's why the coffee cup is there, because she's a fantasy elf who's landed in the human world. Compared to hers? That's a good question. I haven't thought of that. Well, in hers, the coffee was just cocaine, so obviously not as good. Reach for the star. Yeah. That'd be a fun one. I was thinking of doing like a little bit like, have you ever seen Clunk on Philomena Clunk? Stuff like that. Basically, it's about a fantasy elf learning about and reviewing strange modern day things. That'll be one of the reoccurring bits, I think. See, this is what you get if you subscribe to me, to Ulysses Magazine, that has no articles yet because I'm waiting until my birthday to release it. But there'll be a ton of them. I probably should set up a regular bot to plug it, but I don't have that capability right at the moment. I assume everybody here is following or ready. Oh, wonderful. RPG followed. RPG. Nice guy. Nice guy, the real Bigfoot. I, of course, used illegal things to generate it. There's nothing there yet, so don't go looking. But there will be pretty soon. I should have done stuff today, but I was tired. The heat makes me do less. It's officially, by the way, linked. Yeah. It's officially, by the way, if you scroll down, you'll see a link saying My Magazine. And it's officially linked there. Yeah, it was. Oh, that makes me so upset that I had to do that. I mean, it was fine. The shower was fine. It's not like it was a big issue, but it was like just the fact that we had to like leave the house to do something as basic as take a shower. It's bugging me to no end. And we can't get any of the water guys out here. I'm suspicious, like they clip, because some people around the neighborhood are also complaining about their water. So what I'm suspicious of is somebody accidentally clipped like a vein or like a pipe or something. The problem is like the pressure is just really weak. We are getting water, but the pressure is super duper weak. So like barely any of it comes out, and we can't flush any. It takes hours to flush something. I was worried initially that maybe like our payment screwed up or something. Yeah, exactly. They did do this once where like, there was a mistake and like I think the power was off for a little bit, and then but my mom checked and she said that they registered payment, so the one good thing about all this, it means our water bill is going to be really cheap this month, I guess. Just watch them screw us. There was a big controversy here last year where like suddenly like people were getting thousands of dollars charged on their water bill. And it was like a clerical error on their part. Can you tell I'm not a huge fan of the government here? I'm pretty sure I can do mostly straight line, but it's just easier to do this. coffee cup. Jeez. You'll get but you'll get tea themed around Elvis. Yuck, 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 yuck. 'Cause it's Elvis tea. Get it? Elvis. I love Elvis Presley. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Too subtle for you? What, you didn't get my hilarious joke about Elvis Presley? Beach. Trying to think of one with an orc now. Or Dwarf Orbison? No, that doesn't work. An orc? Where? They're big and mean and terribly good looking. And terribly good looking. I don't want to have to deal with them right now. And their attractiveness. I was trying to think of like fantasy musicians. Like, okay, can we think of like Jeff Lynch? Jeff Litch? Jeff Litch! Of the Yardbirds, I'm pretty sure. Jeff Lynch. Nope. Jeff Litch appears to not be a person. Okay. I mean, there are Jeff Litches out there. Okay. Oh! Bjork! There's one! Bjork? Get it? Who else? Well, that one was pretty easy because her name literally ended with orc. Come on, let's mash up musicians and famous musicians and fantasy things. No, that looks crazy small. Ah! Jorkson, there we go. And the revelations about him. Elvish Costello? Oh, that's terrible. That's just a repeat of the old one. Damn, you're coming out with all of them, lady. Okay, can we think of any others? What about stuff with, still, like, stuck on Eminem, like, Jeff Beck. Brian Orkson, you know, an orc beach boy. Not a lot of singers with an E name outside of Elvis. Johnny. June. Yeah. Elvis Presley is like the only one I can think of off the top of my head. A few orcs. Dwarf. I was even trying to think of, like, does that seem a little bit small? That seems small. I can always, whenever I look on the screen, I can tell it's too small. Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash. Yeah. Johnny Paycheck. Yeah, there's something there. No, there was a Johnny Paycheck. There was a time, at the time, there was a few successful, like, artists. Yeah, Johnny Payday. No, it was funny because there was a few successful artists who all had, like, money names, like Johnny and then Money. So, like, he was like, well, I'm just going to call myself Johnny Paycheck then. Dude killed it. Chris Christopherson. Chris Drow. They really like a lot of fantasy, like a really lot of like old sounding words. Drow, Tiefling, Tiffanying. There's Tiefling, so Tiefling. Tiffanying. A Tiefling Tiffany. That's a race from the Dungeons and Dragons. Yes, we've successfully unearthed. Well, you've done most of them. Several puns for fantasy. Justin Tiffling Lake. Tiefling. This is harder than I thought it would be.
Large crop of cucumbers is guaranteed to you if you apply the simple but very effective top dressing. It is made from banana peel. Fill a 1-quart container and fill with water. Let it brew for 2 days, and then strain and pour the infusion into 10 quarts of water. Stir and feed the cucumbers. A more detailed video has already been released on my YouTube channel. The link is in the description.
I had heard of that before. I think it would. I've heard of this before. I'm good at drawing people, less good at drawing objects. I've had the theory for a long time that if you can draw people well, then the objects, people care less. The number one thing people care about in a drawing is the person. And I find there's a lot of artists out there who can draw person pretty well but can't do much of anything else, but they get a lot of work because of that, because that's the number one thing people really will want in the end. The number one thing most people want is a well-drawn person. You know what? Terrible. People like people. They like looking at people. It's the first thing anybody will notice. Our brains are set up specifically to look for people.
Oh, yes. Go. Preserve the left. The overs of left. Oh, an unknown user followed me. Is this... Looks like the ginger lemon.
I thought you died. I grieved for you. I grieved for you. You ever wonder why ducks are losers in cartoons? Like, both Daffy and Donald are depicted as kind of like losers. You ever wonder why? I don't know. I wondered this for a long time. Yes, the Mighty Ducks. The only winners. Winning ducks. But you gotta admit, on average, the famous cartoon ducks are all kind of losers. Or schemers. But what caused two major cartoon studios to decide independently? This duck. He's a fucking loser. Not a schemer, but definitely. Donald and Daffy are both like the joke playthings of the universe in a lot of ways, I would say. Okay, let's see. I probably want it to be like right. So. You mean the Heartless? Do you know that there was going to be a Kingdom Hearts cartoon? At one point? And that the animatic for it just not released, was leaked online. This probably should be equal all around. Okay, what is it? It's about a centimeter apart. Yeah, no, if you're curious, the animatic got leaked a little bit ago. Yeah. Yeah, but I've actually never played Kingdom Hearts. I'm measuring this correctly. It's even longer than that. It's about here. About right here. Apparently wishes I had a compass. I know you can technically make these compasses. Let's see. They're real and precise. I can edit this on Photoshop. Any problems I have? Theoretically, I should do this with like a light blue pen. Most people do this sort of thing with like a light blue pencil because that does it. The reason you do that, if you're ever curious, is light blue pencils don't show up when you scan it. So anything you do will not show up in a scan. I should probably get some of those. One of the problems with using pencil is like sometimes pencil just stays entrenched in the thing forever and you just can't get rid of it. Screw it, I don't need that. I want to get rid of that. I'll just have it be a... Or finally I'll have it be the... see. I want the light to come. Yeah. May not make sense in universe, but usually it's better to just pick one side of the face to have the light come from. It comes. I'd say the way I learned it is eventually you get the forms down, and then from there you can start focusing on the next part. Shading is really important though, oh my god. It gives your thing... I would say this, it gives your thing more depth than you'll realize. Because you're like, oh, how important could be, and then I started really practicing how to do shading, and I like suddenly my things had all this depth that didn't have before. Yep, that's how you create depth. Terrible. That's how you create depth in a picture. Is you shade it. One of our tools. One of the tools the artist has is depth. I wanted her to have like some leaves in her hair because I thought that would be, well, I thought it would be kind of cute, but also it would be very elf-like. Sure. No. Oh, darn it! I was just about to do that! Brilliant. Oh, you know, it's funny to think that in many ways the Keebler elves are probably more accurate to mythology than, like, the Tolkien elves, you know, like fantasy elves. Because most, like, elves usually in most mythologies are like mischievous little things. Who like to cause chaos, but will also give you treats. Should I include anything else before I get to the branding? Obviously. Yeah, don't like that. You know, a lot of this stuff is kind of just like, you kind of just gotta eyeball it and go like, that doesn't look right. Yeah, I really need that. No, I don't think I do. I think I'm just going to get rid of that. I'm just going to have it be a countertop. I don't need anything else besides that. It's countertop and her, and I think that will look a lot better. I always find I'm always charmed by these little things. These little like smoke things that you draw when you draw coffee to show that it's hot. I always think that's so funny. Okay. Now we do branding. Or we do symbology here. Jim Carrey, is that you? Yeah. Is that you? Jimothy Carey, is that you? Obviously she's shooting a magazine in the universe, I guess, of what I'm doing. Oh, yeah, this should... Everything else is in shadow. I should shade. This should probably also be in shade. And this should be... Ulysses. I haven't yet. I want to. I'm really curious to try it. For people not in the know, Detroit-style pizza is when you put the sauce over the cheese so that the crust doesn't get soggy. Of course. I'm going to sharpen these. These need a good sharpening. You're going to hear a large sharpening sound. And soon. 1 second. I also really need to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to be BRB. See you in a beer. Done. Oh no, wrong one. Done. Right one. Right one. I'm so proud. Oh, I wanted to check something. Wait. Because the water seemed... The water pressure seemed a little bit better. Let me check it. Come on, water pressure. Nope. Still shitty. I actually think this looks pretty good. Okay. Should probably come up like with a consistent style guide for the logo, just so I know what to do. I know basically what I want the logo to look like, so let's make it 4 centimeters. Yes. For Ulysses. This is going to be a cover for the magazine. So I gotta come up with like a consistent like guide for it. So let's see. Let's make it an official. Style guide for Ulysses logo. Ulysses. The U should be 4 centimeters. The U should be 4 centimeters tall. Okay. Should be. I don't know. That looks good. Here we gonna break my heart and love you. Here we gonna break. Like one of the little rules I came up with for the Ulysses is that it needs to. The U should be longer. The U should be the tallest, and then everything else is half its length. So. What's it actually? Yeah. Or just. Oh, you are! You are seeing a mirrored image. I should fix that. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but... No, it's not really a problem, but whatever. So terrible. Do you... I just liked the name. I just thought I wanted a magazine that implied... I wanted a name that implied classiness, and I thought Ulysses sounded... I like the name Ulysses. I've used it in a ton of things. I just like it. It sounds like the name of a real magazine that would have... Culture magazine that would have existed at some point to me. I'm thinking of calling it American Ulysses, but yeah. No, there's no real good reason. I just like the sound of it. I wanted a name that sounded like a real magazine. I also wanted a name that wasn't mine. I didn't want to call it like just my name. For slightly devious reasons, partly so I could advertise myself as working for so I could say I worked at a magazine, and for it to be true. But I don't know. I just like the name. I thought it sounded nice in my mind. Ulysses magazine. Yes, I was wondering when you seemed to, this is terribly late for you. You're usually asleep, I hear. No? Oh. Do you have work tomorrow? Did you wish your dad a happy Father's Day? Scaring people with reminding them that it's Father's Day. Truth be told, I didn't remember it was Father's Day. Bad on me. Bad on me. We didn't go... Anyways, you gotta go to bed. Too much. I wanted to. It was hot. It was too hot to go on. Go to bed. Go to bed. was nice talking to you, Terrible. I do like the art streams because I usually go for quite a bit longer when I do art. Writing can tire you out quickly, whereas art you can go for like hours. Snag all the best people. So is it just me now? Did I lose everybody? Is everybody gone? Is everybody gone? I'm good. I do like drawing. Is everybody who is here? The E is always... Oh well, I can fix that. Do, 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 do. Bloop. I so alone? Am I really so alone? Oh.
benefits. Imagine
doing a whole comic like this. There's a guy I follow on YouTube who did a full like graphic novel based on doing stuff like this. It's
a lot of work.
I'm determined to finish this whole cover by the time in this one stream. Did it take me 6 hours? Yes. really wasn't. I really haven't been thinking about the fact that it's Father's Day. I don't know. I miss him. Oh. Boop. It's working. It's working. It's okay. I can get rid of it. Boop. I think I totally fucked this up.